Hello, and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation Remastered, to continue the graphics comparison playthrough. Hey there, AC. How's your day going? Hey there, Shin. How's things going today? Just put in my pinned message in Twitch chat. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, so the level that we're up to in last Friday's stream of this, I got up to the point where we've got the wind-up beetle that we need to use in the part of the level that we're up to now. And we're currently up to Cleopatra's Palaces, I'm pretty sure. I think that's what the save file said. Yeah, Cleopatra's Palaces, which is considered level 20. And there's 35 levels in this game. But it might take me 3 streams worth to actually do the content, because I'm switching between the old school and the new graphics, and not only just showing what the differences look like in a sort of like, move through the area and just, every once in a while change. Going into photo mode, meticulously moving the camera through areas and switching back and forth between the graphics, going in close on certain things and then showing what it looks like in the birth graphics, going in when there's enemies in photo mode and showing what the enemy models look like in old school graphics and new graphics, showing what happens to Lara if she gets attacked by the enemies in old school graphics and new graphics. Anytime there's like a switch that you have to interact with, that opens a door or triggers a little cutscene, I'm reloading the save before triggering the cutscene to show it in both graphics, and then of course doing the actual level itself. So it's a pretty time-intensive process, but it's worth it. but it just means that it's taking me longer to get through this game than it would if I was just doing a normal playthrough. So we're up to level 20 out of 35, which might not seem like that many, but again, if I was just doing the levels one after the other, I could probably get this done in 2 more streams, including this one. But it'll probably take 3 streams, I think. However, you never know. I might get this game done in 2 streams, which would then make Friday when I start Tomb Raider Chronicles Remastered. And while that game is shorter than this one, with the process I just described that I'm doing for these playthroughs of Tomb Raider Remastered 4, 5, and 6, it'll still take longer than a normal playthrough would of Chronicles. And then, of course, there's Angel of Darkness as well, which is going to take a while too. So, still plenty of Tomb Raider Remastered streams to come on the channel. I dare say it'll probably take another month worth of streams to get the trilogy done. But it's definitely worth it, and I can use the other stream days to start other playthroughs that I've got lined up and all that kind of stuff. I did, Shin, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it takes me a while to catch up with any posts in the Discord. But yeah, I eventually saw your video about the T-1000 in Mortal Kombat. It's really cool to see all these characters that I grew up with in all these different, genre cult classic movies and seeing them actually in Mortal Kombat. The kinds of things that, back in the day, it'd be like, oh, imagine if Terminator was in this, imagine if Conan was in this, imagine if Alien was in this, imagine if Predator was in this. And then fast forward to however many years and decades later, and then boom. In the newer Mortal Kombat games, we get to play as these characters and stuff. So if you're a fan of them, it's really cool. If you're not a fan of them, or you didn't really grow up with them, you probably think, meh, whatever. But that's all good. Not everyone is born knowing every single thing that has come before them and likes everything that's come before them. So, not everyone knows everything. Hey there, AC. Thank you for using your bits to enlarge that emote. It's so funny, the cat eating the, what are they, Ruffles? Is that the name of the chips? Shin, well then you're going to bounce. It's 1 a.m. where you live and you need some sleep. That's totally fair, Shin. I hope that you get some good rest. Thanks for stopping in for a little bit. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Shin the Ninja Penguin's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Dying Light. He's also done playthroughs of Assassin's Creed games. He's also playing through a lot of different JRPGs, and he's also a fan of MMORPGs as well. A really good streamer, so definitely recommend. And thanks for stopping in before you go to sleep. I hope you have a great rest. So we now have the mechanical scarab with key. I'm also showing what the items look like in the menu between the 2 graphics. Alright, so we haven't actually gone through with a flyby in photo mode, but I just want to first check the areas just to see where I can currently go with the photo mode. It's pretty good with the photo mode with these remasters. How far back or how far forward through a level you can actually move the camera through. But there are some restrictions. If there's a part of the game that has a loading screen ahead of another area, then usually photo mode won't be able to go beyond that point. Or if there's like a solid door, there's some things that you can go through the camera in photo mode with, objects and stuff, but not everything though. And it's something that comes in handy, and it's not just for, content creators who might want to have some kind of footage for if they're doing a video review, or if they're just doing like a music video or analysis video, things like that. It's good to have something that can be used as a way to segue from one thing in your video to something else, or just have as like going on in the background, you might be talking about the game and you just want to have some kind of chill, relaxing camera movement through the areas going on as you're talking over stuff. Alright, so that's pretty much as far as we can go. There's a door that we have to open, but we can't get through it with photo mode yet. And of course there's something beyond here. We can get a little bit of a glimpse, but that's as far as the camera in photo mode will actually move past. But that room there is leading to a very, very annoying enemy and situation. But I'll talk more about that before we get to that spot. And as you can see, you've got all these parts here where if you walk across them, you'll get killed from the spikes, but if you use the mechanical beetle, it'll actually crawl along and trigger the spikes for you, and then you can go through. But there's a bit of a trick, because you only get a few uses of it before it actually gets destroyed or broken and you can't repair it. So there's actually a pathway where two different pathways with the spike traps will actually lead to the same spot. So it's ideal to make sure that you don't use the mechanical scarab on both spike traps that lead to the exact same point, which leaves a little bit of, trial and error in that. All right, so we'll move the camera back here, and it's time to go through the process. I've already gone through this area here and shown in photo mode all that area. That was in the previous stream. Hey there, Talion. This game makes you cry, as you're always lost. Good morning there. How goes it all with you in The Last Revelation? I don't blame you, dude. These older games, they definitely just throw you in the deep end. Sometimes literally. It's like, here's a deep pit of water you need to swim in. We're not going to tell you which direction you need to go in. We're going to give you a maze underwater. Just figure it out yourself. See ya. Good luck. Definitely a lot of moments like that in these older games. No mini maps, no ability to go to a main map, look where you need to go, see a marker telling you where it is, go into a different vision mode to see, if you're on the right track. No Lara instincts or, no eagle vision, no even sort of like, um, night vision like Sam Fisher or anything like that. But it's going well. I'm having a good day. Things are going good with the game as well. Up to level 20 of 35. And so still got a lot to do. And the process I'm doing with this playthrough means that it takes a lot of extra time as well. So it'll probably take me 3 streams, I think, to finish the rest. How's things going with you today, dude? I hope you're having a good one. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. How's it going? Thailand, something that takes 5 minutes is taking you 4 hours. I don't blame you though, dude. And then you got to consider too, if you die and where you saved last and how much stuff you need to do, and if there's a switch you've pulled and then you die, it's like, where was that switch again? And then you go, okay, where was the thing that opened again? Because the games don't always show you what opened when you pull a switch, and they don't even always make the sound to let you know, okay, is the door that I opened, is it further away from me? Is it close to me? Those sorts of things. So I'm going to show in both graphics the process of using this mechanical scarab. Look at it go. Won't let me actually get the camera in a good position to show it in action, but I can show it what it looks like when it's actually in the game environment versus when we just saw it in the inventory. Thailand, savoring the moment, really. But good to hear. And yeah, all good, thanks. Enjoying a nice crisp morning, and you got that coffee, and so you're all good. Very nice, dude. That's great. You got all that set, ready to go. I hope that you have a great day. Hope it's a really good one. And it's good to do that when you can, savor the moment, especially when things can go by so quickly too, as well. There's some things I forgot to shoot, just in case there's some items behind them. But first I'll deal with this skeleton warrior. Just double check he doesn't have anything different to what he's worn before, because there are variations on these skeleton warriors. Some will actually be wearing very different bits of clothing and all that kind of stuff. That's not a pretty good lighting spot. I hope they actually add some more photo mode options in a patch. The ability to actually change brightness and contrast, saturation, things like that. There we go. Knocked him into the water. I lost a little bit of health, but instead of using a health kit or reloading the save to before I lost the health, we're just going to go through this loading screen and Lara will get her full health back automatically. Alright, so the item that we got, it's another of the gauntlets for the armor that we need, but I can't remember which gauntlet I already had first, the left or the right. So I'll just show both again. Well, I mean, I'll show whichever one it was I showed a few days back, more than 72 hours ago. So that's the left one in old and new graphics. And that's the right one. These pieces of armor are pretty important because you need them at the end of the game. There's been people who have used the level skip, but they've skipped too many levels and they don't have a save file for this level or the levels in which the pieces of armor are situated. So they've used the level skip to get to the final level and they don't have the armor. So it's like, fuck. So we've got the left and the right gauntlet. Now to look ahead for a moment. Because in this part, it's very easy for me to get disoriented and forget where I've gone, and also need to remember which pathway to take with the beetle so I don't trigger two sets of traps that all lead to the same actual location. Because obviously you only get a certain amount of uses of the mechanical scarab, and if you're using the mechanical scarab on two traps when you only really need to spend it on one because both lead to the same area anyway, then you're basically wasting uses. I can't remember how many uses off the top of my head, but we've used it once so far. I think it might be four uses of it that you get. All right, so we've done what we need to do in that room, and this is where we've come from. Alright, so there's a room that's similar to this one that has like steps like that, but it doesn't have the tree or plant right here. So I need to remember that so I know that I'm actually in a different part of the area that's not the same. Alright, so if I go to the left through here, there's that path with the trap, and then there's this path with the trap. So if I was to go through here with the trap and use the scarab on that, that would then mean I would need to use the scarab again through here. But also I need to go up here as well. And there's another part here that I need to go to. So if I do use that scarab on that first trap, which is down this way, then going up into here, circling back around, will actually put me in a position to get to here. And then through here, going around this way, I need to get to there anyway. And then through here, going this way, leads to this room. So all these parts here don't require use of the trap, except for this part, because I need to get through here. That's after this part, so I don't need to use the scarab on this pathway, because I can get to this one and this here through this method. Now, if I was to go this way and use the mechanical scarab on that trap, it would put me to be able to get to there, but this here leads over this way and around here. So I don't think I need to bother going around that way either. Alright, so I think it's safe to say that I can go this path, past the water here, use the scarab on this trap, then climb up here and do whatever I need to do and get whatever I need to get. But as you can tell, it's very easy to get lost, because there's a few areas that look the same, and there's two pathways with the traps that lead to the same spot. Alright, something I didn't show in both graphics is when Lara actually uses the beetle. What I'll do, because I can get the camera in a better spot, is, well, actually I might not be able to even use it unless I'm actually standing literally where I need to be. Oh no, that works. Alright, cool. So she'll do the wind-up animation. So I'll show that in both graphics. Alright, and then show it in the new graphics. Alright, there we go. Now to actually reload the save and actually use it on the trap that I need. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. How's it going today? Oh yeah, I deactivated that for the other games I was doing. There we go. So rest in peace, Lara is now active again. I'm doing good, thanks, Shaky. I had a good day today. Things have been going well. How about yourself? Alright, so we picked up the right greave. Not the wrong greave, but the right greave. Alright, so there's that switch, but I'm not going to activate that yet, just yet. Alright, so we have another Pharos knot that we have found. So this part here just leads to this area, but I don't need to worry about setting these trap off because I can get to where I am now through a different pathway. So I can avoid this completely. That's what I was meaning about you only get a certain amount of uses of the mechanical scarab, and there's a trap that if you wasted on it, then, well, you've wasted one use. But you can get to the same spot a different way. And so this one here, you don't actually have to worry about. So if you come into the level starting from here, so you would use the scarab, mechanical scarab on this, set these spikes off, go up there, get the item, then you'd go along here, but you'd go left. You have like an intersection where you can go left or you can go right. So you would go left and cross the water and then use the scarab on this trap, because once you get to this point, you have to go through here anyway, so you climb up there, and you don't have to go through here, because all you need to do is once you've climbed up here and you've gone into this room to get that, then you can just go right to where you have these parts, and then dropping down there will put you in a spot where you need to go. And so it makes this one that if you were to start back here, if you were to set this trap off and then go to this intersection but turn right instead, you don't need to use it on this. You'd just be wasting one of the uses of the mechanical scarab. The skeleton is stuck on the steps there. Oh no, he's starting to move. No, he's stuck. Oh well. He's been here for centuries. He can be here for centuries more. And again, we have one that it's pointless to actually use the scarab on this trap as well. So you can actually keep it for extra uses. Now, obviously, you might decide that you don't care if you waste one of the mechanical scarab uses on one of these traps that you don't have to use, because you might be just thinking in terms of like a quicker way to get to a certain spot, which is fine. But personally, I like to try and make sure I don't put myself in a dead end with these things. So going to the left where Lara is, there'd be no point using the mechanical scarab on this trap because we've already been this way and around that way. So we're going to go and use it on this one instead. Hey Anasune, how's it going? Welcome on in. This looks surprisingly good for an old game. I mean, you know it's a remaster and all, but there's only so much a remaster can do. So yeah, like you said, you're surprised with how all this looks. Yeah, they did such a great job too, as well. Like, this is the original graphics versus the new graphics. And something else they've done on Asune as well is with Lara's character model, if you go to the old graphics, when the character is talking, the mouth pretty much is animated just as a open, close, very basic animation. So something they were able to do in the new graphics is add proper actual mouth movements to match the dialogue audio. So they've also done stuff like that as well. And I really like the stylistic choice they went with for classic Lara as well. The thing about this is, like, there's been heaps of mods of the original Tomb Raider games. So with those kinds of mods, obviously players can tailor the look of characters and all that to how they want. So this whole sort of like coat of paint that's been put over the game for these remasters, this is simply just one official, reinterpretation of the old school graphics. Like, you could do a very different, mod for this. I think there's actually a Tomb Raider mod that adds more realistic textures and stuff to the original game. At the very least, like, I mean, the series has been around for a long time, and the Tomb Raider Chronicles game back in 2000, if you had the PC version, it actually came with a level editor. And that level editor has led to probably thousands of fans creating thousands of different levels, but also entire new games as well. Even taking character models from newer Tomb Raider games, like relatively newer, like Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld. That trilogy came out between the years of 2006 and 2008. So there's been like level editor mods of games using that version of Lara in the old, levels in the original game and stuff. I wish more franchises actually had a level editor. Like, could you imagine a level editor for something like Assassin's Creed, or a level editor for something like, well, I mean, Skyrim's got modders, so I can't really use that as an example. But imagine being able to create your own Witcher levels, like create your own environments in The Witcher 3, for example. But yeah, there's thousands upon thousands of different Tomb Raider levels and games that people have actually made over the years. Since I've talked about it so much, I'll put a link into chat to the actual site. So here's a link to the official site. And then if you go to the left side of the screen and click on play, that'll give you the ability to find a level. And there's also some cool sort of like crossovers that have been done with characters from Resident Evil as well. So that's actually been fun. We got, let me see. Let's see if I can pull one up. You have a demo for, is it a demo or just double check? Oh no, it's not a demo. You have Resident Evil, The Mansion Incident. Jill, after her escape from Raccoon City, has received a call from Chris telling her that Wesker has returned to the mansion to hide the last T-virus sample. Wesker has already heard the conversation and he sends mercenaries to bring the sample to him before Jill. So they've actually modded Lara to look like Jill Valentine from Resident Evil 3 original. But yeah, there's heaps and heaps on there. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming a Rest in Peace, Lara. So would you like Lara to have an accident with this one of these traps? with the scarab beetle. I once met a farmer who was too scared to plant an orchard. I once met a farmer who was too scared to plant an orchard. I told him to grow a pear. I said that pretty not succinctly, so I'll do that last part again. I told him to grow a pear. Dr. Darling, traps are good. Let her try them out. Alrighty then. So I'll make a save, and for these remasters, of course, when there's a Rest in Peace Lara redeemed, when I'm doing these remasters, I show the same death in both graphics as like a little extra bonus. But it can't be two different deaths. It has to be the same death. So if you redeem it and you choose a spike trap death, then it has to be the same death that the other graphics are shown in as well. So this is the old school graphics and the Rest in Peace Lara through these spikes. And now to see the new graphics. Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. How's your day going? Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. Just having Lara accidentally step on a trap. Just the usual things, Keone, you know, the life of a Tomb Raider. And death of a Tomb Raider, I guess, as well, you could say. The skeleton warrior is still stuck on the steps. Dr. Darling, you have 2 hours until you become unavailable until late evening. So 2 hours and then you gotta go to work. That's definitely fair enough. Alright, so that pretty much just gives you another alternate path to get to this spot. Alright, so we need to go back to where the slot is for the Pharaoh's Knot. We need to put that there. Run, skeleton warrior, run! Alright, just need to do a check. So, I have the right greave, the left gauntlet, and the right gauntlet. And I've gone where I want to go and open the chests that I wanted to open up. Hang on. What the? There's more inside there. Or not. That's weird. This is a glitch. That's strange why there would be some items in there when I can't actually access them. It's very strange. Maybe it's just a glitch. Because one of those places was a secret. So it didn't have any special items that were needed. Alright, so here we go. This leads into another room. This next part is kind of annoying. Alright, so it's time to do the photo mode flyby for this area that we've opened up now and show the different graphics comparison. Alright, there we go. So that's that room shown in both graphics. So there's going to be like a little animation thing that will happen when we interact with that health kit. And I'm going to show the little cutscene that happens in both graphics as well. And also explain something. And there's also some other elements at work that I'm going to show the difference in graphics with as well. Oh, pardon me, got the hiccups. Mr. Gote, welcome on in, dude. How's your day going? Or how's your evening going now? I hope you had a good day today, dude. How's things been? Alrighty then, so I'll explain what's going on there for those who haven't played this game before. Mr. Gote, yeah, took some really strong pre-workout today, managed to use most of the gym machines today and walked home, and all you know is you're going to be sore tomorrow. I hope that you have a great recovery day tomorrow, dude. I hope that while you might be in pain, that it won't be too much pain, you know. Hopefully it's just the pain from the day's work and not pain that comes as a result of something else that happens as well, you know. So hopefully the pain is only based on the workout, and that's as far as it goes and as long as it goes for. But that sounds like you definitely did a big day today, that's for sure. Oops. I'm going to make a save to before picking up the health kit. That way, if the enemy appears while I'm explaining this, then so be it. I can skip this. Alright, so if you'll notice, Lara is automatically aiming at the copy of herself. So in the original Tomb Raider, the first game, there's a doppelganger that is of Lara, but it doesn't have skin and it doesn't have hair. It's just pretty much the skeleton and the muscle and all that kind of stuff put on it, and that's as far as it goes. But it's even got eyeballs. Um, so in that game, if you shoot at the doppelganger, you take damage too. So if you kill the doppelganger, you die as well. So you have to actually kill it a different way. I know, the logic is a bit silly. It's like, you can't shoot the doppelganger in Tomb Raider 1 by just shooting at it and then dying, and you'll die. But you can just make it drop down into the chasm you need to drop it down to, but Lara will still be fine afterwards. But anyway, in Tomb Raider 1, the doppelganger is affectionately known as Bacon Lara. And so, in that game, you have to actually kill her and do it in a very specific way as well. But if you shoot at her until she loses all your health, you'll die as well. It's a similar thing with this version. However, the difference is the enemies will actually go for this doppelganger. So this doppelganger doesn't attack you unless you shoot at it. Then it will shoot at you. Or at least I think it does in this game as well. But the main point I'm trying to make is this part can be very annoying because you have to pull switches and press things. Meanwhile, the enemies are flying ones and they can potentially get into a position where you can't shoot at them straight away. And so in the meantime, they're attacking the statue, doppelganger of Lara, and you lose health as well. And then they can kill you by just attacking her as well. So I did a playthrough of this game where I wasn't able to use any other weapons except for pistols. And so when it came to those flying creatures, I had to use just the dual pistols on them, which naturally means more hits. But the other problem is, Lara will automatically start to aim at her doppelganger while trying to just shoot at the bird, the creature thing, as well. So you've got to be careful in that respect too. So this part here, we need to go up here, and there's some switches like that lever there, and that lever that lever there, lever. It's leather. It's lever, not leather. Lever. Lever Croft. Mr. Goatee, it tasted like cola, so you downed a couple of scoops really quickly, or did you? I don't blame you. It's just like, yep, just need to gulp this all down. I'm going to give a free rest in peace Lara here as well. Just to show what happens when the creature that is attacking your doppelganger kills Lara. See? So the enemy is attacking the doppelganger, which makes me lose health. Mr. Goethe, lever, leather. Come on, Kronk. It's so funny, in Prince of Persia Sands of Time, you have that guard in the first major puzzle that you need to solve. You have this guard, and if he just spoke at a normal volume, it wouldn't be so annoying. But he has a really loud way of speaking, and so in combination of his accent and the real loud way of speaking, when he gets sort of like, when he's talking normally, he's like, "Oh, look at you!" It's sort of like really loud like that. And then when you do something wrong with the puzzle, he's like, "No, not that lever. Pull the other one." It just gets so annoying after a while. There we go. So that's what happens if the enemy manages to kill you by actually attacking the doppelganger. I never actually played that one, Mr. Gote, but I have heard a lot about it, Prototype. So as you can imagine, if you're doing a challenge where you can't use any other weapons except for the pistols, it takes a lot more shots to kill those flying enemies. Meanwhile, they potentially can get out of your view by going down further towards the doppelganger. And then if you're trying to shoot the bird thing when it's near the doppelganger, you might accidentally shoot the doppelganger yourself because you think, oh, I'm aiming at the bird, but you're not. You're aiming at the doppelganger and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I did for I think it was for the last playthrough I did of this game, before this one actually. But yeah, I don't have to worry about that in this playthrough, so using the Uzi gets rid of the enemy relatively quickly. Alright, so there's something that I didn't actually show in old and new graphics, and it's this thing here. So that will open up this door. And so you might take a little bit of damage from the fall when you actually use the lever, but there's no way around that. Unless you do a level skip. We have another enemy that appears. One of these flying annoying nuisances. This is where it gets tricky because it goes down near where the doppelganger is. See, you've got to be very careful because you can start to actually shoot the doppelganger of Lara as well. So I'm actually going to do something that's very rare for me to do in a Tomb Raider game, especially these old ones, and I'm actually going to use one of my 45 small medipacks. I don't like using one of my 45 small medipacks. Do you know why? Because then I'll only have 44 left, and 44 is one less than 45, and we can't be having the amount of small medipacks that I have falling one number below the current number, because that just wouldn't feel right. But I'm going to have to go against that, and we're going to have to actually use the small medipack. Instead of using one of the 32 large medipacks, because I mean, using one of the 32 large medipacks would not be good, because then I'd only have 31 after that, and we don't want to actually have just one less than the current amount of large medipacks. But in this case, I can avoid using the large medipack, but we'll have to use the small medipack. So I'll have to make a small sacrifice here, and just have to sort of like take a deep breath and calm down, and just relax. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Hey there, troll. Welcome on in. Hoarder mentality. Exactly. In the movie Tremors 2, there's a character named Burt Gummer, and he's very into guns and weapons, and he brings all the weaponry he can to hunt these graboid creatures, and they evolve to a different form, and no one knew that they were able to do that. So he gets caught off guard, and he basically uses up all his ammo trying to defeat the new evolution of the graboids. And there's a scene earlier where one of the other characters is sort of like making fun of the fact that Bert has all these weapons, and Bert says, when you need it and don't have it, you'll sing a different tune. So I like to have that mentality with certain video games, with certain things, where it's like, well, if I only have one health kit, then I'm going to get to a point where I have none, and I'd rather have 50 than have none, because, I'd be singing a different tune if it'd be like, well, I've only got one left for the rest of the game. That would suck. Lucas, only 44? The audacity, I know, right? Like, how dare I do that? Like, how dare I reduce the number of health kits? Such a good movie, Tremors 2. I think the first one's the best. I haven't actually seen any of the newer ones. The last one that I saw was the fourth one. So I think they've done at least another 3, if not 4, after that. But I haven't seen those ones. Alright, so this item that we've picked up now is the ornate handle. Lucas, you've never seen Tremors, you saw previews and stuff, not your thing. Oh, that's fair enough too, yeah, if you don't like movies that are about, like, monsters and all that kind of stuff. The first one, I remember when I saw it, I can't remember how old I would have been. I probably would have been around 10, I think. Because I remember it was a school night, and I was at an age where I hadn't yet started to appreciate movies that were set in, like, the Wild West. So anything that had, like, someone out in, like, a country setting, like, with dirt and, like, roads like that, and, rocks and all that kind of stuff, and the fact that the main character was wearing, like, a cowboy hat, that kind of thing, I was like, I don't know. But then when the monster stuff started to happen, it actually piqued my interest. And so after that, I was hooked on the movie as well. But yeah, it's so funny too, because, like, it's a comedy as well, but it's also horror. But yeah, Kevin Bacon, it's one of the roles in which I saw him in that I liked a lot. Plus the banter between him and Fred Ward, the actor who played Earl. Yeah, Kevin Bacon's character was Val, and Fred Ward's character was Earl. Unfortunately, Fred Ward passed away. One of the other movies that he was in that I saw was Naked Gun 33 and a Third. He played the main villain in that one called Rocco. He was a really good actor, actually. And so in the second Tremors movie, Kevin Bacon's character doesn't actually return, but Fred Ward's character returns. And this time in the second movie, it takes place in Mexico, and they have the graboids underground there. And so the Mexican government is willing to pay them $50,000 for every single graboid that they kill. And there's another character that gets introduced that tarries along, and he's really, really a big fan of Val and Earl, and there was even like a Tremors video game and all that kind of stuff as well that had been made. But there was a bit of bad blood between the two characters of Val and Earl because at the end of the first movie, Val falls in love with what was her name? Was it? I want to say Deborah, but I don't think it's Deborah. I can't remember the character's name. But anyway, you don't see it happen, but in the second movie, he talks about how they got married or something, and they had a falling out with them, and so he didn't get any of the royalties and stuff from like the advertisements that they had done for the graboids and all that kind of stuff. So it was a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing. But yeah, I like the second one. I'd have to say I think the first two are probably the best. But out of the first two, I would definitely put Tremors 1 first. But yeah, there's quite a few now in the series. But the last one that I saw that was new at the time was the fourth one, which was actually a prequel. It went back to the 1800s in the Wild West era. Ironically enough, I was talking about how when I first saw the first movie as a 10-year-old, I thought, oh, this is boring. It's just a Western. Before I realized it wasn't and enjoyed it. But yeah, in the early 2000s, I think it was, when the fourth movie came out. Oh yeah, thank you for the follow. Lucas, also in your defense, cowboy hats and stuff are an American thing, and you're not American. Yeah, I mean, when I was 10 years old, I wasn't looking at things and saying to myself, well, this is an American thing or a, whatever thing as well. But it was more just the like the way that the locations looked, and all that kind of stuff. But it's ironic though, because I liked cartoons set in the Wild West. I mean, Lucky Luke was a cartoon that I watched as a kid, so I liked that. But when it came to actual live action movies, for some reason, when I was a kid, I didn't really think much. But it wasn't until I saw Back to the Future Part 3 that I actually started to get an appreciation for that genre, because I was a little bit older by the time I saw Part 3. And I thought to myself, you know what? These Western movies aren't that bad. Maybe I should actually give them a chance. I do prefer the spaghetti westerns though, because they have more in common with the action movies that I was watching as a kid, like the Arnold Schwarzenegger and Rambo movies, where there was a certain stylized way that they did the action, and so I became a big fan of spaghetti westerns. And I'd have to say that's probably my favorite version of western movies. But I mean, I would definitely give like a western that's like more of a drama movie a chance too as well. I wouldn't refuse to watch one unless it was a heavy action oriented one as well. But yeah, it's a genre that I learned to enjoy in live action. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? A very long time ago, Lucas, I saw Blazing Saddles. Yeah, very long time ago, though. That's good, Ryu. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. And this is the Hathor effigy. So we need to combine the Hathor effigy with the ornate handle to create the Portal Guardian. and of course we need to put it on this pedestal here. All right. Lucas, I didn't know you could actually build things like that in this. Yeah, there's quite a few items where you get the pieces and then you have to combine them all together to create a whole piece of something and then use it in a certain like area and stuff like that too. You can also take the laser sight and you can attach it to either the crossbow or the revolver. Alright, so I've got 50 crossbow explosive ammo. Yeah, it is pretty cool, Lucas. That was something that you couldn't do in the previous games because they didn't have it as a mechanic. Queen Lara. Alright, to show that now in the new graphics. But also, because I'm going to make a new save before we actually get to the fight part. Actually shoot this time. There we go. Alright, now to actually show what they look like up close in both versions of the graphics. Lucas, Lara needs her mummy. Well, in this version of Lara, her mother and her father are very much alive. It's only in the Tomb Raider Legend and Anniversary and Underworld trilogy where they began using the whole the parents are dead angle for Lara. And then it was continued in the reboot trilogy from 2013 to Shadow of the Tomb Raider. But yeah, in the original 6 games, Lara's parents are still very much alive. And they don't consider Lara their daughter anymore because she wouldn't marry some rich guy they wanted her to marry. That's actually an interesting detail in the remastered version of the character model where this original version, if you look at the feet, you would just think, oh yeah, that just looks like they're wearing either shoes or they're barefoot and they've got like some sandal thing on. But in the new remastered graphics, they've made it more clear that they're actually like three-pronged feet with like armor on it and like a whatever you call that at the heel, the spike coming out. That's interesting. I imagine too, because there's still some of the people who worked on these original versions that they probably could have interviewed and asked questions like, we've got this character model of this enemy. Is there anything that you can tell us that was your original intention that you might not have been able to realize at the time that we could actually, in the remastered graphics, put on the character model? Like I'm just assuming. I don't know. It's not like I can just call them up and say, "Hey, can we confirm this is true?" But I wouldn't be surprised if those kinds of conversations had actually taken place as well, which is cool. Because there'd be a lot of stuff where it's like, well, we wish we could do it, but we can't because we can't really do it without sacrificing things in other areas. And then all these years later, another team comes along and is like, we're going to remaster this, so let's actually see if we can put back in some of the intended things with whatever it might have been, whether it was like the look of a door or the look of ground or a certain symbol and, things like that as well. Lucas, some of the things, there's not much difference between the original and remastered version. Other things you've noticed is night and day. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes it's just more like a much clearer and high definition version of what was actually done in the original. Whereas, like for these faces, for example, you have such a big, drastic difference between the two. And here's the other one, other enemy. So what I'm going to do before I actually properly fight them, I'm going to just show what animations they do when attacking and running around and all that kind of stuff looks like in both graphics as we go. And then I'll reload the save and then do a proper approach to actually fighting them. There we go. Finally got as good of a shot as I could get of him doing that spin attack thing, because trying to get really close to him, he doesn't do it unless you get further away from him. Alright, now to showcase this in the new graphics. Damn it. Press the button to go into look mode. Come on, do the spin attack thing. No, it's become stubborn and it's just fucking staying in the same fucking spot. Of course, don't do the fucking spin move. Of course, he'd do it when I don't have the fucking ability to move the camera quick enough around to fucking see him do it. There's another example of why I wish they made it that when you move the camera, it stayed where you fucking put it. Then I wouldn't have to worry about this, trying to balance the fucking show him the thing. There we go. That's as good as I can get it. I hate how they do that. Keep the fucking weapon I had equipped before the fucking cutscene. Don't fucking just put the bloody dual pistols back. Jesus fucking Christ. Alrighty then. There we go. Showcased it in ways that no one cares about, but this is what I'm doing for the playthrough. Alright, so we got that now. The breastplate. Look, you see, this battle is not all that big of a difference. There's definitely differences that you can tell, but it might not be like a major difference between like a full-on remake versus the original. Alright, so now we have the left greave. Alright, so now I've got all the pieces of armor that we need for the rest of the, for the last part of the game. Breastplate, left greave, left gauntlet, and right gauntlet. As I was saying before, if you're using the level skip cheat and you skip past this level, or the levels where you have these items, then you won't have them when you actually get to the last part of the game. So you then have to, reload a save if you made one, or just basically restart the game and then do the level skip again, and then make sure you actually get the items before doing the level skip again, and all that kind of stuff. At least from memory, that's what I think anyway. Alright, so that's an FMV sequence. So I'm going to switch it back to the new graphics because I want the FMV sequence to be the crispest, the clearest that it can be. Because if you have the old school graphics switched on before an FMV sequence starts, then it's a lower quality FMV sequence. If you have the remastered graphics on before you trigger the FMV sequence, then it'll have the higher quality version of it.
Congratulations, you survived to fight another day. I trust that you now have all the armor. Jean-Yves shall be escorting us to Cairo, not entirely of his own free will, I admit. A simple trade, his life for the armor of Horus. Do not take too long thinking it over. Yours apologetically, Werner.
Another level in one of these games where as soon as the level starts, you're already being attacked and losing health because the enemy's shooting at you. Alright, now we're in this level. It's funny. This looks like a Rorschach ink blot test. Hey there, Mr. Epic. Good morning to you. How's your day going so far? Keone, the atmosphere is like a horror game. Well and truly. There's definitely a lot of horror kind of things in the Tomb Raider series. Across the board, actually. Like, not every single thing that Lara comes across is supernatural, but there's a lot of that, and there's a lot of, like, monsters and things like that too. The atmospheric ambience and all that kind of stuff can create that very sort of, like, creepy kind of mood as well. The sense of isolation, exploring these locations on your own. Not entirely, of course, because there's enemies and stuff, and there's some characters that Lara speaks to, but um, they tried to do a little bit more of like an atmosphere, Lara on her own, exploring these giant tombs. Like, it may seem like the locations were made too big, which is fair enough of a criticism, but it was to try and give the games back then a lot more scope and scale. Whereas nowadays we can have games that have that scope and scale without having to worry too much about trying to do things to achieve it. Whereas back then they had a more difficult time at doing that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of areas in this that we could access with photo mode, but there's some that we can't. For example, there's a whole thing through here. So photo mode can't go through that. We actually burst through that. And then there's some enemies and stuff along the way here. So, and then you've got like this area here, which kind of loops around. There's spots that you can't get to straight away, but you can get to later on to kind of loop around. There's actually a entrance here where you go through here and all this, and you come up to this grate. The photo mode can't go through this grate, so I can't go beyond that. And there's another way to get into that same spot that you have to actually do as well. But through photo mode at the moment, I can't get through that because there's a door that you need to open. That's this one here, and it won't let me go through photo mode. But as you can see, there's like the room in there, and there's a dead body. So when we get to that point, I'll show that, of course. And then you've got like an area that you have to come back to where you actually start this level. There's a gate behind Lara, and you have to actually open that gate, and then it will lead to this next area that's beyond it. But it leads into a loading screen, so I can't actually show that with photo mode as well. So that's pretty much the area that we have access to. I'll show the helicopter again when we get closer to it, because I think because we're further away from it, we haven't got to the point where it gets properly loaded in, or maybe it's just simply a thing related to photo mode, because obviously the original version of this game never had photo mode, so maybe it's just a little glitch type thing because of that as well. But there's like a boxcar motorcycle that Lara has, so I showed it when we could see it earlier in the game, but it had like it was like locked behind a gate, so we couldn't get a clear look at it. But now we can. You can't actually see it because of the lighting, but in the new graphics they put the year 1999 on the side here, which is the same year that the original version of this game came out in. Alright, so we've gone back to the start here, and we've got these two enemies that we have to deal with. They spawn in straight away, and as soon as you start the level, they're already hitting you with their shots. So the game is like, ha, we're going to have the player take damage without even realizing straight away, if they're playing for the first time, what's going on. Until it's too late, and then they realize, oh shit, we've been shot at. Yeah, I heard that the Wonder Woman game got cancelled, Mr. Epic. The teaser for that was pretty good as well. And Warner Brothers holds the patent rights for the collecting dust right now Nemesis system for another 10 years. Damn, that's a long time. It's funny because of Suicide Squad, Major Disaster, they killed a studio that wasn't theirs. That's a new one. Yeah, that's a whole big controversy surrounding those games. Glad to hear that you're going good, dude. As for me, I'm doing well. We're up to level 21 out of 35. So going through and showing graphics the way I am, it's definitely going to take me another at least 2 streams, including this one, maybe 3, to get the rest of the game done. Alright, so now we have the revolver. Okay, so this particular turret isn't actually able to shoot at Lara. Hey there, Oliver. Welcome on in. How's things going? So this turret is currently out of action. Just show it what animation it's playing in both graphics. Oliver, things are busy at work right now. Are you having lunch right now? Oh, that's good. I hope you're enjoying it, dude. Hope work is going well too, as well. I'm up to level 21 out of 35. Yeah, Oliver, I did. Yeah, I like that Cthulhu song. I hadn't actually heard of that band before, but it had some pretty good lyrics as well. It's interesting the different pronunciation of the word Aurelia as well. I don't really know how you're supposed to pronounce it, but plus the actual music itself was pretty good too. Are they sort of like a cover band? Do they do like covers of songs, or because I don't know if that's based on another song or not? Because I haven't really had a look at like songs. I mean, the only song that I knew was based on H.P. Lovecraft stuff was "The Thing That Should Not Be" by Metallica, but you heard it on Spotify while we're listening to some Sabaton. You have no clue. Oh, that's fair enough, dude. Yeah, but yeah, I'd heard of Sabaton, but I haven't actually heard any of their stuff. Oliver, you just hear a good song, you click like. It's definitely good too, because sometimes you never know what gems of a song you'll come across. And it's interesting too how you come across certain artists and bands as well. Like for example, in the well, I think it's in Dead Rising 1 as well, but more specifically for me, Dead Rising 2, there's a lot of songs by Cell Dweller. And so one of their songs that they did for that game, Dead Rising 2, is Kill the Sound. And I absolutely love that song. And so I listened to it on repeat and all that kind of stuff. So that's how I became aware of Cell Dweller. And so I started to listen to all their other stuff. And then through them, I found out about Blue Star Lee and listened to their stuff as well. So I really like the work that they've done. It's pretty much heavy electronic rock. Got some great songs. There's been a lot of remixes of their stuff as well that have been used not only in like movies, I imagine, but also other video games too. But what I liked about Dead Rising 2 specifically is that it's not just the songs that they did when you do the boss fights. When there's actually cutscenes, there's bits and pieces of instrumentation from the song Kill the Sound that will play during certain cutscenes, and then it all builds up until the actual song in the credits plays. And I like how they do that, and it's such a great way to incorporate the song across the game, and then have the final version of it in full, the song, be actually played during the credits. Lucas, and sometimes you come across a song where you're like, what the fuck is this crap? Oh yeah, definitely can too as well. And sometimes as well, like some songs, they start off good, but then they get to a point where you're like, you had me for a little bit, but then they lose you because it's just not, doesn't carry through to the rest of the song, the great first part you heard, first intro and stuff. Oliver Badass feels when walking and training while listening to it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. When you're doing something active, it's really cool to have music like that too. Can really be motivating and get you into a mindset as well. Hey there, Spicy Chicken. Good morning to you. How's your day going today? Playthrough's going good, thanks, Mr. Gote. It's going really good. Up to level 21 of 35. I don't know where I'll get up to by the end of this stream, but I think it'll probably take me this stream and then tomorrow at least. Maybe Friday stream as well. But we'll see how it goes. Mr. Epic, the saddest part is they could have given us an Arkham Nemesis system game instead of what we got with that slop called Suicide Squad. Yeah, the Wonder Woman game had a lot of promise, I feel. Like, number one, I don't know when the last time there was actually a Wonder Woman game where it was just you playing as her. Obviously she's appeared in so many other sort of like, DC Comics video games, but to actually have a game where you played as her completely, like, it's a big missed opportunity. So hopefully the project will, be restarted somewhere else, or they'll start the process again, maybe. Who knows? Lucas, that's how you are with most of today's music, or crap. That's fair enough too, as well. I do feel though that I think that every single decade of music has bad and good ones as well. But sometimes you just come across a whole heap of songs that are either good or they're just terrible. You're going okay, Spicy Chicken, but you keep having strange dreams. Oh, really? Oh, that can really mess with you too as well, depending on what's actually happening in the dream. Mr. Epic, it's funny, you always call it Suicide Squad killed Rocksteady, but instead it's called Suicide Squad killed Monolith. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a direct correlation between Suicide Squad and the Wonder Woman game and it being cancelled because of Suicide Squad, but I mean, maybe they just don't have confidence in DC brand at the moment, maybe. I don't know. But it would have been good to have a Wonder Woman game. But oh well. We might end up still getting one eventually. Mr. Epic, Warner Brothers cancelled the Wonder Woman game, so they're not continuing it, Rod. Well, just because something gets cancelled at this point in time doesn't mean that they might not reconsider later in a future date and give it to a different studio and, you know. And there's definitely been games that were even in development, but then the rights were sold to another company, and then that company finished out the game, and then it was released. Like Capcom was working on a sequel to an old game of theirs that was on the arcades and the NES called Gunsmoke. And at some point during development, Capcom sold the rights to Rockstar. And thus, Red Dead Revolver was born, which of course was the precursor to Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2. So that franchise has ties to Capcom. But that's different because it wasn't cancelled and then picked up later by Rockstar. It was just that the rights were sold to Rockstar during development, and then Rockstar finished the rest of the game out. And obviously, they would have, added a lot of stuff because Gunsmoke didn't have any kind of like quirky sort of like humor to it. Like there was, some kind of like wackiness to it, but it wasn't on the same level that we ended up getting with Red Dead Revolver. So whatever they were doing originally with the game as Gunsmoke 2, when it was Capcom's franchise, or their game that they were working on, who knows what they had intended originally, but then Rockstar might have been like, well, we want to keep some of what you've got, but we want to add some different stuff maybe. Lucas, you had a dream a couple of nights ago. You were in the shower singing New York, New York by Frank Sinatra. You sounded just like him with all the band and all, whatever that means. So, sing New York, New York by Frank Sinatra. You sounded just like him. That's so funny, isn't it? Like having a dream where you sound like someone that you're not. Um, I haven't really had any dream like that before. I mean, I've had dreams where I've had celebrities, in my dreams, but I haven't had a dream where, I was, somehow taking on their traits or something like that. But that's pretty interesting, Lucas, to have that kind of dream. So if they're going to focus on Mortal Kombat, new Harry Potter, and new Arkham, yeah, yeah, that definitely makes sense. But yeah, everything that's happened, with certain franchises and stuff, like I think enough has really been covered about it. Just have to see where things lie in the future, where they land, what they do, and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not heavily invested in DC Comics stuff, but whenever there's something that I'm interested in by them, then, I definitely look into it, but I'm not exactly waiting with bated breath every day for news about what they're doing with their stuff. But yeah, I just feel like they could have done a really good job with a Wonder Woman game. I think doing a game that is based on the Flash as well would be cool. Being able to use all the different powers and stuff like that. Or a Superman game as well. I think that would have been cool. Playing the safe card. Yeah, I mean, it might be good in the long run. It might actually get them some money, which is, something that they need, like every business does, to stay afloat. Oliver, all right, you're going to head back to work now. See you later, maybe. If not, then tomorrow, perhaps. No trouble at all, Oliver. I won't be doing like a 10-hour stream, but it'll probably be a decent size, probably like a 7-hour maybe. We're almost 3 hours in, so. But thanks for dropping in, though. I really hope that work goes good. Okay, so it's time now to get the boxcar motorcycle and bring it through. Still can't get a good lighting on the 1999 on the bike, unfortunately. Mr. Gote, Lara plus motorcycles is always a good mix. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's something that I would have liked to see in the next Tomb Raider game after Shadow of the Tomb Raider, is bring back Lara being able to get on different vehicles and all that kind of stuff. Because I feel like adding a little bit of a bigger scope to the open world feel would be really cool. And also to bring back a little bit of the Tomb Raider 3 thing where you do the first few levels in Tomb Raider 3 and then it actually gets you to choose which of the three locations you do and in which order. So you have the first four levels in India, and then you have the option to either go to London or South Pacific Islands or to Nevada first, and then second, and then third. So you can do Nevada, then London, then South Pacific, or you can do South Pacific, then London, then Nevada, or you can do London, then Nevada, then South Pacific. Different combinations. So I feel like if they had introduced in the next Tomb Raider game a bit more of an open world feel, you could have moments where Lara could just get on a motorcycle and you just could drive around and, do donuts and do jumps and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Hey, gamer guy. How's it going today? Welcome on in. Lucas, you would be mad if you were at work right now, given that it's almost 4 a.m. in the morning. Oh, really? So very, very early. Or late, depending, if you've been up all night as well. Yeah, it's one of those things too when you have like people that do early morning work or they have to be up really early. Mr. Epic saw a video a few days ago and in the said American game studios are afraid of the success of Asian game studios like the one that made Wukong, also because they're making amazing looking ass games cheaper and faster than they can put one out. Yeah, I mean, like any business, you're going to have competition not just from other companies within your own country, but also other countries around the world. And when you have other countries that have different ways of doing things, there's going to be different results and stuff as well. So you have a look at all the games that are successful, and it's not always one particular studio that delivers that, and it's not always just one particular country that has studios in it that deliver it as well. I see dead people in your dreams while you're awake. Dead people like in graves, in coffins, walking around like regular people. They don't see each other. They only see what they want to see. They don't know. They're dead. How often do you see them? All the time. They're everywhere. Thanks for redeeming that from The Sixth Sense, Dr. Darling. Great movie, that. Also from 1999, so it's a good pick as well, considering this game originally came out in 1999. Thanks, dude. And with that, you're going away. Last day before a 6-day break. Well, Dr. Darling, I hope it goes well. I hope that work is, quick and painless as well. Thanks for being here, and thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression before you went off. Mr. Epic, like an American studio that has cost 200 million, meanwhile a game in China makes a better looking one from a quarter of the price. And that's the way it goes. And like all competitions, you're going to see people that are able to find ways to do better as well. And it's up to the person then to find ways to compete against that. Gamer guy, yeah, you woke up earlier, your time 9:59 a.m., just had a shower, now preparing breakfast, and hop on Rod stream, Lara Croft stream. You're just trying to be safe and well and recovering. Well, definitely gamer guy for sure. Whatever you can do to help the recovery process, definitely do as well. And I imagine too sometimes it can be frustrating if it's not, happening as fast as you'd like. But hopefully, you can recover really well. And hope you enjoyed your breakfast. Well, I hope you will enjoy your breakfast that you're going to have as well. Thanks for joining the stream, Gamer Guy. Mr. Epic, look at Tides of Annihilation. That game's looks amazing and better than any game you've seen for a while. The gameplay is like a Devil May Cry game, which you like, and cutscenes were amazing. But it's good that Asian devs are doing good. Give them more competition, and hopefully American devs will see the light because of that and just make fun games again instead of microtransactions. Yeah, I mean, like anything, what people consider fun versus not depends on the individual as well. Like a game that some might think looks boring, some might think it doesn't, and then some that think a game looks terrible might not actually look terrible to everyone, because there's also differences in aesthetic. It's not just quality, it's also aesthetic as well. Like sometimes you can get lower quality stuff, but it's got a really good aesthetic to it. But then sometimes you can get stuff that looks great graphically, but it doesn't have much substance as well. But yeah, like I said, any business where you have a competitive market, you need to do what you can to make sure you can still compete as well. Because otherwise, the competitors will walk all over you, and then you'll end up not being able to make the money that you need to stay afloat as well. It'd be great if, things didn't cost anything, if everything was free and all that kind of stuff, but not many people want to just work for free. Like, obviously, there's people that help with food shelters and all that kind of stuff, and other ways to help out, which is definitely fine, and nothing wrong with that. And they do it because they really enjoy doing it and they want to help people. Then you have things like, if you're working in a store, you want to get paid for the hours of work that you do. You don't want to be told at the end of the day, well, thanks for the work that you did, but you're not going to get your pay packet. But still, thank you for the free, free labor. Like, the person's going to be like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not volunteering here. This is, you employed me to do a job. But like with anything too, there's always the extreme sort of like approach from either side of anything. You know what I mean? Like anyone can take things to an extreme in either direction. But there's a lot of stuff too that happens, which is causing controversy and all that kind of stuff. And recently I updated my channel rules, and one of the rules is that any controversies about things, whether it's IRL or any sort of like, things where it's like stuff that can be divisive, this is not the channel really to have it be like a focus of discussion for like, the stream and stuff. I want people just to be able to come into the stream and switch off and just, if they want to just relax and all that kind of stuff as well. Because the channel's not designed to be some kind of like drama farming or drama creation channel either as well. There's definitely plenty of them on Twitch and YouTube. So there's already, plenty of outlets for people if they're interested in that kind of stuff, which is fine. But I'm a true believer in having very different, options for people to be able to choose. So if you want to watch a streamer who doesn't talk at all, not everyone wants that, but there's people out there who do, and there's streamers that don't talk, and all that kind of stuff. And then there's people that they want to hear, feedback from the streamer on something, and then, they'll seek those streamers out as well. And there's probably a lot of channels too that, leave the door open for discussing various, things. Like there's probably Twitch channels and YouTube channels that solely focus on politics or religion and things like that. But I've always been more about just the actual video games and playing them for the channel. Like there's nothing wrong with mentioning, hey, this game got cancelled and all that kind of stuff. But there's certain controversies that happen, whatever the industry is, that can be divisive. And the last thing I want is people having arguments in chat, or people who just want to relax and watch some gameplay. I don't want them to feel like they can't enjoy and all that kind of stuff. So I've got to put like a line has to be drawn somewhere as well. Like this is a mature rated channel, but it doesn't mean that it's the Wild West of Twitch where, just anything will be, like, even me, you know what I mean? Like, I don't go into tirades about, any sort of like sexual preferences of things, or go into great detail about, certain, things, because my focus on being a streamer is to not focus on those things. Like if I want to go and find out information on something, I'll go to a channel that has that. I won't expect a channel that's not focused on that to just drop everything and start focusing on that. You know what I mean? So it's like there's certain topics for things that get covered in certain, avenues, and if you want to go and find out the latest news, or discuss what's going on with politics and all that kind of stuff, this channel isn't the place for it, but there is channels for that. And I feel like streamers should be able to decide what kind of approaches they want as well, knowing that there's always going to be someone else that will cover that anyway. So there's also things that you hear about too, and like like there might be something that happens IRL that is very terrible, and all that, and someone might feel like they want to come into someone's chat and talk solely about that or go into detail about it. But some streamers, they it's not that they don't care about the situation, it's just that there's certain avenues for certain things. It's like putting things in their right order, like, or the right spot. So if you want to be someone who streams and you want to have a focus on a certain thing, it's good to be able to just focus on that and then make that the focus of the channel as well. Hey there, Hotfire Legend. This level is excessively dark in the remaster for some reason. Might be a lighting bug. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Like, there's a lot of areas that are like that. I mean, there's some where it's understandable because there was no actual light source in certain spots. They just, made it like there was and stuff. And for some places, they've added like lights in the remastered graphics for that. But then there's other ones as well, so it's like, Mr. Epic, you're not talking about politics, Rod, just about something you heard gaming, but I get you. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic, exactly. Like, a lot of the time, there might be something specific that makes me think about other things to talk about as like a branching off of as well. So sometimes I talk about other stuff as well, not because I think the person was actually talking about that, but it's just something that makes me think of these other things, and so I just want to sort of like add that to what I'm saying as well. Gamer Guy Roger, you do a good job. Helps you relax and chill out. You connect well with your viewers as always. Keep doing you, buddy. Well, thank you, Gamer Guy. Yeah, like, um, I also believe too, as a streamer, that if someone wants to watch the stream, it's entirely up to them. It's not something where I'm like, any viewer who comes to the channel absolutely must drop everything they're doing and just watch the stream. Like if people have to go somewhere and there's something that they need to attend to, like I don't want people to feel like they can't just. And like I always appreciate it when people put the lurk command in or even just say I'm going to go into lurking. But if there's something that really, really happens, like never feel bad if you haven't put in that you need to lurk or anything like that, because I know that things can pop up and you don't always have time to do stuff. It's just like me, like if I get a phone call that I need to answer, like I just have to pause the game, say I'll be right back, and then mute, and then answer the call and all that kind of stuff. So I get it. Some things just are a split second or a few seconds you have to decide and react as well and all that. So it's the same with follows and subscribing and all that kind of stuff. It's like it's appreciated for sure, but it's not a requirement. It's not something that I'm like, well, no one did this today, so I'm very angry about that. It's like, no, it doesn't. That kind of thought never enters my head. It's one of those things where even if someone never says anything in chat, but they enjoy watching your stuff, that is something to appreciate as well. And then all the other things too is just icing on top of the cake as well. And it's really appreciated and all that kind of stuff, but it's not like a requirement. It's not something that I like to push or anything like that. It's like with YouTube. Um, like I get it. I get why YouTubers will say like, subscribe, and all that kind of stuff. I get it. I get it. But personally, like, I'd rather people decide that on their own without a prompt. You know what I mean? Like if I watch a video that I really like, I'll actually like it. Not because the person said like my video in the video, but because I actually liked what the video was and what happened in it or what they said or whatnot. And so I'll give it a like. If I like their channel and what they're doing, then I'll give them a follow. I get why they say that in their video for people to do that. But at the end of the day, when I'm sort of like evaluating someone's YouTube video, I don't sit there and wait. Well, they haven't said like, subscribe yet, so I'm not going to do it until they say it. I don't have that kind of like thought process with it. It's just I like a video and I'll like it. If I like the channel, I'll subscribe to it. And it's the same with Twitch as well. And as a streamer too, I understand how it goes the other way too, where people might be like, look, I really like watching your stream, so I'll check it out. And if someone wants to follow, then that's great. But it's up to them. I don't need to do like a push for it or something like that. Not that there's anything wrong with channels that do. That's what they're doing. And I feel like when you're a streamer, you just need to sort of think about, okay, what are the things that you want to sort of do as well? And what are you sort of like, what's your goals and all this kind of stuff too? And you might get some people who like certain games that you play for for some of the games, for some of the time, but then you might get people that are like, well, I don't really like this game that they're playing, but I'll still follow them or I'll still keep an eye on their channel. It's just that I'm not really interested in watching them play a certain game. And if someone has that kind of thought process, it's completely fine. I don't think, oh my God, oh no. So if there's people that only watch me stream certain games and not other ones, that's completely appreciated and fine as well. Hotfire, yeah, but when the lighting level gets too impossible to see, it's a bit much. Yeah, well, that's it too as well. I mean, there's something to be said as well, like, especially if you want to see what something looks like in the old graphics versus the new, like, you might be like, oh, this is what it's like in the old, and then you expect in the new that it will be at least brightly lit enough. Like this here, for example, like this is the new graphics, and this is the old. And so you still have that torch that's lit. So you can still see in both cases. But yeah, there's definitely points in the new graphics where it's completely, really, really dark, and so you can hardly see as well. Hey there, DCAM. If you're watching, chatting, and somebody reminds you to follow, you're honestly less likely to. Maybe that's harsh, but it kind of irritates you. If you like your stream, you'll follow. Oh yeah, and that's completely fine too as well. You know, when people have that mindset where it's like, nah, I don't really, feel like, liking and all that kind of stuff as well. Because everyone has their own sort of thing that they come to, whether it's a Twitch stream or a YouTube channel, and everyone's different, and sometimes you just got to take a step back and just realize as a streamer that not every game that you stream, not every sort of like schedule you have or approach that you have as a streamer, not everyone's, that's not going to be something that everyone enjoys or wants to see. And so it's good to just have the mind of, you know, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's not a negative thing. It's just a matter of fact thing. It's just something that happens as well. It's like with, shops you go into. Like, there might be some shops that you only go in there for certain products, even though they're selling the same things as somewhere else. You might prefer to go to the other place for the other items, whether it's because they're cheaper priced or whether because you just prefer the actual experience shopping there, and all that kind of stuff. So this area that we're in now, just need to get my bearings again. Ah, yes, so we're getting to this point. So there's a blue swinging thing that we need to actually destroy, which is this here. This thing here, I don't know exactly what it's called, some kind of vase. If you shoot that, you'll have these annoying friggin', what are they? They're not mosquitoes, they're, I think they're locusts or something. And they'll cause you a whole lot of issues. They're really annoying. Or maybe it's hornets. Yeah, I think it's hornets, actually, that come out of this thing. So you've got to be careful for that. But there's a little room here where there's some water. And this water is something that you need to freeze. So to freeze it, and I'll show this, of course, because I have to do it in gameplay. But I'm going to show it in the both versions of the graphics. But when you destroy this blue thing, oh, when you destroy this blue thing, one of those spirit things, I don't know exactly what they're called, but earlier in the game you have like a white one that flies around, and then you have a red flame one that can burn you and kill you like that. Well, this one is needed so that it actually, you lure it to the water, and then what it does to the water is it freezes it. So then, once you've made it freeze the surface, at least, of the water, you swim through here, and then you eventually get back to here again, and then you return to the room with the water in it, and then it will have become solid, so you can actually just walk across it and then get up into these spots here. So that's what we're going to do. There's actually a lever here to interact with. So it'll be a bit of chopping and changing, because I want to also show the graphical effects of it in both graphics. How's things been going, DCAM? I hope you're having a good day. It's about 9:30 at night here at the moment. Alright, so there's something that I've been curious about with this remaster. And let me see if they've done what I was thinking they might have done. No, that's fair enough. Alright, so what Lara just picked up there is the laser sight. Earlier, you find a laser sight that you need to attach to this crossbow because you need to shoot these targets at the Egyptian museum. Well, the exhibition thing or whatever it's called. The theme, not theme. Yeah, I guess it's a theme park. It's very small though. But in any case, you get that laser sight back then, and so you apply that to your crossbow. And when you actually come to get the other one, it doesn't give you two. So in the original version, you pick up the second laser sight, and you can't like assign it to your revolver and keep the earlier one you found with your crossbow. So I was curious to see with the remaster if they were going to do a thing where once you pick up the second laser sight that you could actually have the second one in your inventory and then apply the second one to the other weapon. But it looks like they've just decided to make it so that once you pick up the second laser sight, it doesn't give you a second one. It's just, yeah. So that's a little bit of a shame. I was hoping that they would make it happen, you know. But that's all good. It doesn't ruin the experience or anything. But you never know, they might patch that at a later point as well. Alright, so now we have the swinging blue thing. What I'm going to do in the new graphics, sorry, in the old graphics first and then the new, I'm going to show the shooting of the vase. Alright, now to show what it looks like when that bursts and they fly out in the remaster graphics. Alright, now to actually shoot the blue thing in the old graphics. Now this might take a little bit because from memory it can be a little bit finicky as to where you need to aim because putting the red dot exactly where you want to shoot doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly where the ammo is going to fire to. See? It was nowhere near the vase, yet when I shot, the positioning was such that it actually still hit the vase. Here we go. That's a good angle on this one. Alright, show what this looks like in both graphics. And now the surface of this is actually frozen. Frozen solid. Mr. Epic, you recently got lucky you found a game key for the original Sleeping Dogs game. When you bought it, the keys were gone. You were just in time. You didn't really like the remaster because they removed a lot of things like billboards, and to be honest, the original just looks better because remaster just looks like they upped the contrast. Oh, really? So it doesn't appear like they've actually done anything really to improve the graphics, just changed the contrast to make it look like it's different to the original. Yeah, I didn't actually realize they did a remaster of Sleeping Dogs. So when did the original game come out? Was it 2012 or 2011? Was it somewhere around then? So it was 2012 when it came out, you think? I definitely want to get to that game. Like, it's been on my to get to list for a long time now. I was set to actually do the Xbox 360 version that I got, but the audio issues from streaming directly from the console put an end to that, and then I just never got around to doing it even with the Xbox app. But I'm going to get it on PlayStation and then that way I can stream it directly from the console. Alright, so this opened this way up, which then leads to this spot. So I can show a bit more in the flyby with photo mode now that we've opened this area up. So this leads back to the starting area. If you didn't shoot the enemies that spawned in as soon as the level started, one of which was positioned about there, and then the other one with a grenade launcher positioned on the roof here. If you didn't take them out at the start of the level, they're going to be a pain in the ass here because Lara has to crawl through here and also crawl and then drop down and shimmy across through here. Meanwhile, if those enemies are still alive, they'll be shooting you the whole time. And then once you get there, you have to do, I think it's the run and jump. Yeah, you got to do the run and jump to this lever then from there. So I've already killed these enemies at the start of the level, so they won't give me any trouble. Mr. Epic, the green sky in the original looks like something you've seen before but you can't remember. Oh, it does? So the green sky in the original graphics? I'll just show it again and then see if that will trigger where you might have seen it from. Yeah, so that's in the old. Hey Percenter, how's it going today? Welcome on in. It's epic, yeah, it reminds you of something, but you can't remember. I absolutely hate it when that happens. And then sometimes when you're doing something else, the thought of what it was you were thinking of will actually come to you, and you're like, oh, that's what it was. I've had that happen so many times. I'm like, of course I wouldn't remember at the time when I was trying to. It just happens randomly later on, of course. Actually, how's the lighting on this enemy? Because, like, when I originally, at the start of the level, showed the differences, the enemies were in very low light areas. But then again, they're actually wearing clothing that doesn't necessarily make it easy to see. Alright, so now that we've actually opened this gate up, we can bring the motorcycle through here as well. Okay, so there's something that I want to do ahead of time, which will also help later because it means that the gun turrets that can cause you strife later on, I can actually get rid of them. Before that point, plus I need to go back here anyway to go through that door. But there's some turrets that are actually up here. We can't see them yet in photo mode, but when Lara gets closer to the area, they will actually appear in the game. And there's a way to destroy them using the revolver and using the laser sight that you kind of have to be somewhere around here on this corner, but you need to be positioned so that not only are you not getting hit by the gun turret, because I think it's about here that if you start to stand there, the gun turret will hit you. But I think you need to sort of like stand a little bit behind the corner so as to not be getting hit by the ammo. But you also have to make sure that the way that the gun is facing isn't towards your direction as well at the same time because it tracks you. So you kind of have to, in a way, you have to lure it to make it look over this way so that when you actually sneak past here and get to a position far back, that you can then hit on the actual gun turret, the explosive part. But if you have it so that the gun is actually facing you from this side, it makes it harder to hit it. It'll be easier to explain it once we actually get to the point. But if you take it out now, it means that when you actually get to this spot here later on, you don't have to deal with the annoyance of it shooting at you. Now, there's something that's funny which happened. The last playthrough I did a challenge where I wasn't able to use any other weapons except the dual pistols. And I managed to cheese it so that I could actually hit this explosive barrel without using a ranged weapon with the scope, like the crossbow and the revolver. So I was able to actually destroy the helicopter with the dual pistols. But it was very tricky as well. But yeah, it can be done. But I can't remember now if it also meant I could get rid of the turrets. I think I couldn't get rid of the turrets. That's right. I couldn't get rid of the turrets without actually shooting them with something different, so I made an exception for that. Or maybe I used health. It was a few months ago now. But I'm going to have Lara go back that way first before we go through this gate. Mr. Epic. You remember now? It's Arkham Asylum Sky. Ah, of course, yes. Now that you mention it, yeah. Hey, hey there, Crooked. Good day to you as well, Senny. Good day, Tomb Senny. How's your day going, dude? I'm up to level 21 of 35. And we're getting close to the 4 hour stream mark, so if I can get through this level and the next one, that'll definitely be a good amount of showcasing for this stream. How's things going with you, dude? I hope you're having a good one. Okay, so now it's loaded in these gun turrets. So I've showed the gun turrets that were damaged, that don't actually work. Now to showcase the ones that are actually active. But I'm gonna get off the motorcycle so we don't have that revving happening the whole time, or the idling. Crooked, sounds like good progress. You're doing well. You got a day off, so took care of a couple of errands and going to have some brunch now. That is excellent, dude. That's good. Definitely good to get a day off. I hope that you are enjoying the brunch as well. It's funny though doing this kind of process because it's definitely very time consuming. So it's kind of thrown off my ability to evaluate how many streams it might take me to get through this game. Like, however many hours worth of gameplay the game says at the end of this playthrough, I'm not going to be able to work it out, but it would have been interesting to actually keep track of how much time I spent actually showcasing the graphical differences versus actually doing the gameplay needed to get through each level and then finish the game. That's all good, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. I really hope that you can enjoy your day off, that you can savor it. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome on in. How's it going today? Crooked, that's fair. It would be difficult to guess with all the comparisons. Absolutely, because it's not just moving through the environments with the camera in photo mode, which that in itself can take enough time. But you also add into the fact that I'm also showing what the animations for certain things look like in both graphics. Whether it's an enemy animation, whether it's an animation for Lara opening something. Then there's also showing the same door opening that then leads to a cutscene, in both graphics as well. So that always adds extra time on top. Before, when I put the camera here, and yeah, it's still doing it, unfortunately. I can only show this side of the helicopter in the new graphics. When I switch to the old graphics, pieces are missing. Glad to hear that you're going good, Lizzie. That's excellent. The stream's going well. Just showing these gun turrets. We had some ones that were not working before, but now these ones are well and truly working. So I'll be showing various things with the new graphics and old graphics as well with this too. So it looks like photo mode has taken away the actual gun effects from the turrets, unfortunately. Alright, now to reload that save and then show that in the new graphics. Alright, so just to show, so they're actually facing right down there where Lara is. What I need to do to accomplish what I intend is I need to actually make it so that these turrets are actually facing this direction. So I can then use this wall here on this building and hug against it and move all the way over this way to hopefully get past without the turret locking onto me again, so that when I actually get to this position, I can then shoot the actual explosive part on these gun turrets. So as you can see, when I get close to it, this explosive part right at the back of the turret, there's no way you could aim and shoot and destroy that from this position. So you need to make it so that the guns are on a different angle to then open up the ability to actually shoot the bit of it. Then it's just working out which actual part of it you need to shoot, because it's pretty finicky as well with that too. So now to reload the save, and I've got to get the positioning now the way that I want it. So if I have a look now, they're on a different angle to what they were before. If you destroy one of them, I think both of them get destroyed. Maybe not, but since they're in that position now, I need to make my way over this way without them locking on again. Hang on, there's an enemy that's over this way. I just remembered. Deal with this malaka. That piece of freaking shit grenade launcher asshole. Alright, so we've dealt with those enemies. I was going to have to use health anyway, so I decided to go against my better hoarder nature and actually use the large health kit and actually keep it as being used. Because the only reason I was using it before in a couple of instances was just to be able to elongate the amount of time to showcase stuff before Lara would get killed, and then reloading the save anyway to get back all those health kits that I'd used. But in this instance, I'm going to let it slide that I had to use one of my large medipacks. Now I only have 31, which is a very small number of them, but, you know. And 47 small medipacks, pfft, they're rookie numbers. That's not enough. Like, seriously? No. Now to save. Speaking of, I'm now up to the 566th time I've saved in this playthrough. Hey there, Octavius. Hello to you as well. I am, thanks. Yeah, I'm doing great today. Had a really good day, Octavius. How about yourself? How's your day going? Hey, Lucinda, good morning. Morning crowd shuffling in. Absolutely. Welcome on in, Lucinda, as well. How's your morning going so far? Octavius, you were wondering which channel in Discord is the general chat. Well, I don't really have like a general chat, because I've got so many very specific channels that, like for example, if you wanted to post a video, like I've got the images and video channel, or if it's like a video about a movie, I've got like the movies channel. If it's a video about like a video game, you could also put it under games if you wanted to. Um, but in terms of like just talking about general topics, I kind of don't have one specifically for that because I find like sometimes those kinds of channels get used as like a dumping ground for stuff that could go in the other channels, you know? So I like to have other channels open so people can be like, you know, I'll put this in that channel and this in that channel as well. Lucinda, I will allow it. That's it. Just one, use just one. Lizzie, you plan on showering later and hopefully you can finally wash your bedding. Oh my god, he finally used one. Well, hopefully so, Lizzie, for sure. You know, hopefully you can get all that done. But yes, I finally used a health kit. I just have to pinch myself. Am I dreaming? Am I actually playing this game? Did I actually use a health kit? Hey there, Zereth. Leaf of... Whoops, I slipped. Thank you for redeeming the rest in peace Lara, Zereth. So the options that we have, I can have Lara do a big jump down a chasm. I can have Lara do a big dive and break her neck. I can have Lara get killed by gunfire. I could have Lara... yeah, I think they're the only methods of that. Oh, actually, no, I could have Lara ride her motorcycle and blow up on it. What would you like, Zereth? Octavius, yes, you understand. Yeah, but no harm in asking, though, Octavius. Thanks for asking, though. But yeah, sometimes, because like, I might have a movie channel, and that can be pretty general too, because that can be anything. Like, it could be like an image from a movie that you found funny or whatnot. Boom, Zereth. All right, so we'll get Lara onto that motorcycle. Then we'll have Lara blow up in old graphics and new graphics as well. Get to see both. Octavius, you're very into Assassin's Creed game, and you probably will post there frequent. Oh, nice, Octavius. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, because there's quite a few franchises that I like to play that I've got channels in the Discord for. Blood, gut, spit and ass was everywhere, as Major Payne would say. There we go, Zereth. Thank you so much for redeeming the Rest in Peace, Lara. Listen, your morning is going well. You're gearing up for your work from home today. Gonna see about getting your next 10 videos exporting to YouTube. Before then, hopefully this morning, you finally went below the 100-hour mark. Not much left to go. That's great progress with that too. Like that whole process is so time consuming, and to have to do so many all at once, like the problems that you've had with it too, where it hasn't always actually gone through, whether it's, failed and all that, sometimes without even any explanation, all that kind of stuff. So when that process is all finished, it'll be such a relief for you to get all that done. So with working from home today, how many hours roughly do you have to do that for? Is that like a regular amount of time like you normally do when you go in to the location, or is it going to be like a little bit shorter, or a little bit longer? You blame Umbrella, Zereth. Why do you blame Umbrella for? All they want to do is just help humanity. They just want to evolve humans to a higher level, you know. And as a wise villain in Resident Evil once said, "I'm a businessman with standards." Listen, you've got 16 streams left to export, so 2 more days of exports. Today's your 10-hour day, but you get an hour lunch in the middle somewhere. Well, that's good that you get like an hour. It's not just like a half an hour break. That'll definitely be good to have an hour with a 10-hour workday as well. And plus, working from home, it's not like you have to literally just do the work before the break and just do that. Like, you can get up, you can walk around, you can grab a drink, you can grab something to eat, you don't have to sort of like restrict yourself. Whereas if you actually go in, you might have to wait until it's actually lunchtime before you can. I mean, within reason, obviously. It's not like they're like, no, you can't go to the toilet. There is no bathroom. You can't go. Zereth, because every day we're shuffling all the time and shimmying as well. Listen, yep, it's great. It really is. That'd be so cool. Percent, you love the wooden dialogue from the original Resident Evil game. Barry, I have this. I love how Wesker's like, no, don't open that door. And then Jill's like, but Chris is. I hope this isn't Chris's blood. Chris is my old partner, you know. Okay, so this is the tricky part. So just to recap, we have the guns of these gun turrets facing this direction. So we lured them over to this side so that they stayed facing that direction, and was able to get Lara to hug this wall and get to this position without actually being detected by the turrets again. And so what we need to do now is we need to be doing very finicky stuff to try and get the right positioning to not trigger the guns to actually aim at Lara, but enough to still be able to shoot the explosive thing on the back of it. Okay, so I'm going to go and separate the laser sight and combine it instead with the revolver. Then equip the revolver. Alright, so let's have a look. Okay, so that's the explosive on one of them. Alright, so I'm able to step out this far. Now it's just a question of getting right the actual aiming of it. So, the next trick is to do this in both graphics modes to showcase it. There we go. So that's one of them destroyed in the old graphics. Now to destroy it in the new. Excellent. So that's that one dealt with. Now, this one's going to be a different story. There we go. With Lara close enough to auto aim. Alright, so it's not recognizing me here, so that's good. And voila! We've taken care of those two turrets before the point in the level where we actually have to deal with blowing up this helicopter. If you don't destroy them here using the method that I used, you'll have to deal with them later when Lara actually comes into the same spot, but from this position up here. Because you'll need to do a run and jump across this gap. And also go over this way because there's a lever that we need to push. No, Zereth, not that lever. The other one. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming the Arnie impression. Just imagine if I was your boss. Wouldn't that be cool? Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. You exactly thought that. Nice. Yeah, I had a feeling you might post a comment in chat of some varying kind of relation to that. I actually spoke about that earlier in this stream, which is why it was also in my mind as well. I referenced Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, and the first puzzle you come across where you have the guard that is yelling at you and is like, if you do it wrong, he's like, no, not that lever, the other one. Zero's like, do it in the right order. Think ahead. Zero, just imagine the guard doing insult sword fighting. I got this scar on my face during a mighty struggle. I hope now you've learned to stop picking your nose. Now that we've got access to this room, I can actually show this room in the old and new graphics. Zero, no, not that insult, the other one. Think ahead. I won't be able to do it in photo mode because when you go into photo mode, any lighting effects from flares and stuff don't come through. But in order to get a closer look, I'll put a flare on just to show. This is so good for the remasters to have the ability to actually move the camera 360 degrees around Lara, is when she does animations like this, can actually move the camera to show a different camera angle while the animation's going on. And for my purposes for this playthrough, it's also extra good because then I can actually get a better angle on showing the entirety of what's actually happening in that moment. So that's dragging this unfortunate guy's body in the old graphics, now for the new. That's right, it's not an open with the crowbar thing, Rod. Though, now that we've moved that, it'll make it easier. It's so funny how you can do that, even though. All right. There we go. Oops. I forgot to save it first, so I could make it into old graphics first and show that animation and then versus new. Alrighty then, so that is set up for when we actually open up that grate. Hey there, Biko. Welcome on in. Seems you being snotty saying this, but you didn't know Last Revelation was this long. You're not talking about how long you're doing it, but talking about the length of the game. Yeah, Biko. Yeah, this is a really long game. There's 35 levels in total, and there's a lot of tricky levels as well to navigate through, and there's a lot of levels that are interconnected to each other, and you need to backtrack, and that adds time on top as well. And then you've got like various sort of like tricky things with the pyramids towards the end, jumping in the right spots and all that kind of stuff too, as well. So yeah, it's definitely a very long game because it's probably one of the longest of the earlier games in the series. How's things been going, Biko? Welcome on in. Oh, now that is something new that they've added for the remaster. All right, so in the original version, when Lara was actually crawling through crawl spaces, you could have her weapon out to shoot, but you couldn't actually move and have them out at the same time. Now, how did I do it? Because she's not doing it now. I swear, I had her crawl out and having the weapon out at the same time. Now I don't know what I did to trigger it. Now, how did I fucking trigger that to happen? Damn it. I hate when that happens in games. You do something on accident and you don't know how to actually recreate it. So I don't know if that was just a glitch or if it's actually something you can do, and I just don't know yet how to actually trigger it 100% of the time. But yeah, normally, when you actually have Lara crawling to shoot while you're in a crawl space, you need to actually, well, she'll have to stop and can't move at the same time. but I had her actually moving and crawling while the guns were actually drawn. Oh my fucking god. So here we have a gun turret that cannot shoot. It's out of action. Now, if you hadn't destroyed these turrets like I showed earlier, then they would be here and causing all sorts of trouble shooting at Lara. But I've already taken care of them, so I don't have to worry about that. I love doing that. Just to show it again. Hey, Schiller. Welcome, dude. It's going good. Just showing off some jumps and stuff. But yeah, it's going well. How about yourself? Oh, nice, Sheila. That's good. Good to hear that you're going well and that you're on a break also. I hope you really enjoy your break. Hope it's a good one. You just got a lot of work. That's definitely fair and understandable for sure. I hope that work goes well for you today. Alrighty then. Just want to do a double check that I went through all the spots. Hey Spectrum, it's going good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? How's things? Can show this a little bit. But we'll be getting into these areas too where these doors open out from and open into. Through here leads to another section, which is divided by a loading screen. So I can't show that through photo mode yet. And then there's the part that I showed that we can't get to yet, which is also another point where there's a loading screen dividing this location to the next one. Spectrum, you just woke up. You've got a lot to do today. Oh, that's fair enough too. Got a busy day ahead. Got a lot of stuff you need to do. That's definitely fair enough, Spectrum. I hope that everything goes well today for you. All the things that you got planned, hopefully they go well. Spectrum, probably going to be another 3 coffee day. Oh, yeah. Well, that's fair enough too if you need it. Oh, we have an enemy type that I can showcase now. These damn beetle annoying friggin' flying things. Spectrum, you'll need it, but you're not supposed to have that much caffeine. Too much gives you heart palpitations. Ah, damn, yeah, definitely don't want those then. It's funny, in the old graphics, it looks like the head of this thing and where it's supposed to have its like mandibles. It looks like, instead in the old graphics, it looks like some extravagant mustache. Hey there, Deadly Vulture. Welcome on in. Got a lot of study to do today. Alright, there we go. Showcased it in flight, attacking Lara, and also getting killed in both graphics. Vulture, studying maths right now. He did computing, he did German. Well, that's really good, Vulture. It's good that you got all that study going on. Wish you the best of luck with all the study that you've got. So what else has been happening? Oh, that's fair enough, Ultra. Well, I hope you have a good day anyway. Hopefully you can get done what you need to get done. Just want to zoom quickly through here with the camera just to double check stuff first before I actually go through with a fine-tooth comb showing the two graphics versions as we go through. Vulture, your lessons end at 3:45, so you have 3 hours left. Well, hopefully that goes quickly for you as well. Hopefully it doesn't drag on. Not going to end the stream yet, but I will be ending it soon, so I definitely won't be streaming for too much longer. Then you can play your games after you finish. Very nice. What one did you want to get to? Like, is there one that you have been playing on and off as well, or do you have one that you're gonna think about it and then find out later, or? Oh, nice, Vulture, playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I played Fallen Order a few years back. I want to play that again and then play Survivor for the first time. Oh, cool. Your first time playthrough. Nice. Sheila, you have to get back to work, so back to lurking. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Sheila. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well, too, dude. Really appreciate that a lot. I hope that work goes well for you. Hey there, Ogorki. How's your day going today? I'd like to highly recommend people check out Shillerlock's channel. He's doing a variety of different playthroughs. He's doing Resident Evil 4 Remake. He's also doing a playthrough of the Mafia series. And the next one that he's up to is Mafia 3. And coming up on his channel in the near future as well, he's also got a Assassin's Creed marathon that he'll be doing. He's also a fan of the Dead by Daylight series, as well as the horror games by Supermassive in their Dark Pictures anthology, which is Man and Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, The Devil in Me. And this year, the next one in the series is finally coming out to kick off season 2 of the anthology, which is Directive 8020. So you can also find streams of those games on his channel as well. So definitely recommend. He's a great streamer. Glad to hear that you're going good, Ogorki. That's excellent. That's all good for the shout out, Schiller. No trouble at all, dude. Hope you have a good one and definitely catch you again soon. Crooked. I'll catch you next time, Senny. Hope the rest of Tomb Raider goes well. Thank you very much for that, dude. Really appreciate that a lot. I hope that you have a good one, especially because you've got a day off today. I hope it all goes well. Thank you for being here, Senny. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel. He's doing a massive historical order run of heaps of games. Like, I can't remember how many games in total he has, but he started it last year. So he's been doing this historical order for quite a while. What he's done is he's take various games. It doesn't matter what franchise it was, what genre it was, um, as long as it was a game that was set any time between, well, way, 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 way millions of years ago up until the 1940s, then he would play all those games in timeline order. So he's finally reached the A Plague Tale Innocence part of that historical run, and there's been a lot of games in the lead up to getting to this one, and he's going to be doing that as part of the playthrough series with a minimal HUD, so playing with immersion mode, where not all the HUD elements will be displayed. That includes things like the indicator to let you know that you're about to be detected, or that an enemy is aware of things, all those kinds of stuff. And he's going to be playing through games up until the 1940s. So yeah, if you're looking for a streamer who is a great streamer, but also has a fun channel as well, he's got channel point rewards that you can redeem that are audio bites and also visual stuff as well. Some of it are memes, dialogues, and success sounds and failure sounds and insults and all this kind of stuff. So when you redeem, for example, an insult, it'll pick between, well, I'd say hundreds. I wouldn't be surprised if there is hundreds of different different sound bites that it will play randomly. But yeah, it'll pick a random sound bite related to insults and it'll play it on stream. And different categories as well of channel points and all that kind of stuff, which will trigger different kinds of dialogue. Oh, nice, Crooked. So it's about 50 games in total, and you've done 16 so far. Well, I mean, you've definitely done quite a lot of hours worth of games in that historical order run as well. But that's still pretty good, though, about 16 games so far. So 50. Well, if you can get to 25 before the halfway mark of the year, then that would be good going. And that's all good for the shout out, Senny. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. It's been almost a year now. April and May, you think you started. Holy shit, dude. It's definitely been a long, long road to get to this point, but it's really cool that you've stuck with it too, as well. But it was a really cool idea to play through games in that way, coming up with a theme, and that way too, you can see a progression of stuff, see the evolution of certain locations in the world, playing games that are set not only in the same, like in different time periods, but also the same part of the world, and seeing different evolutions and all that. Crooked, for sure. Hope you have fun with Lara. Thank you, dude. Definitely will. I'll be ending the stream soonish. There's still a little bit of stuff, because a lot of the photo mode process takes a while too. But because there's a lot of areas that I can actually access in photo mode without having to progress Lara to that point yet, it means that if I get this process done before ending the stream, then at least that'll be done so I don't have to do it in tomorrow's stream. Oh, absolutely, Senny. That's for sure. It's always good to have a bit of a head start with certain playthroughs. Alright, so just double check what I've actually shown in photo mode in this part of the game, in this area. Ah, I didn't show that. Alright. Alright. Okay, so we can't get through that yet. Well, in photo mode I can, but there's some stuff too that isn't in the game environment where I have Lara positioned currently and in photo mode. So there will be some stuff that I'll have to actually show in both graphics as well as they appear in the game environment as we go along. Okay, so what I might do is go back this way. Just want to double check something. Alrighty then, so I don't want to trigger the cutscene with the character that you meet when you actually go through this way. And that's the area that you go into, but we can't access that during photo mode at the moment. There's like a big giant monster thing that appears here, and you gotta get through here. You gotta use this, which then opens this, so you can then get up the ladder here, and then go through here. So there's that area as well. Then I'll show what the enemy boss thing looks like in both graphics and stuff. But I think I might leave that for tomorrow's stream. And then, of course, the part that I had Lara up to. I'll just go back this way now. Alright, so there's a key that we need to open these doors here. this piece here is actually blocking the ability for Lara to do a shimmy all the way across this way. And also need to go through here and then shoot this over this way to destroy that. And then we've got a card that we need to get, which is near a dead body. So you go this way, and then there's a turret about here that will shoot at you. Then you go through this way, and then through here, then up this way, and from here shoot something that isn't showing up, but it's another gun turret. And then go through here, and then to the right, crawl through there, and then we've got that card there, which actually stops turrets from shooting at you. So in getting that, it then allows us to go past here, which there's a gun turret sort of like around here. Then we have an enemy that we have here, then we need to get the thing off of this as well. So I think what I'll do is actually end the stream here, and then at the start of tomorrow's stream, I can continue on from this point. These areas are interconnected. The ones that are separated by loading screens, they each have their own name, like the level. So they're pretty much like, it's all one big level. You could probably count it as one big level, but there's multiple different areas that I need to progress through before we get to the next point in the story, because there's also a big giant dragon thing that we need to destroy. And there's a cutscene and all that, and then it cuts to another whole part of the game story. So we'll leave Lara here, make a save, and I also want to have Lara in a spot with some good lighting. So I can end the stream in photo mode, and I can also use that shot that I'll get so that when I go live tomorrow with the game, I can use a different image for the go live message, because at the moment there's not a whole lot of range of images online related to these remasters that I can use for that stuff. So I'm just basically setting up photo mode, then the VOD later I print the screen and then put it into Photoshop and then just create an image that way. Hey there, Code. You're back. Warm mint choco coffee in a cup or three. Warming up sauna. Some relaxing before dropping to bed like a wet plank. Ah, sounds like a plan then, Code. Sounds like a plan. Well, I hope that you enjoy your choco coffee. Mint choco coffee. I haven't actually had mint chocolate coffee before. I should actually try that. That'd be really cool. I think this will be a good backdrop and everything for an image. And might change facial expression. This one always makes me laugh. Oops, that's the X-ray outfit. This would be out of place in this environment, like an Egyptian desert and wearing camouflage. before we raid out to Crocodiles, who just went live with A Plague Tale Innocence. That timing was really good. We'll raid out to Crocodiles and see how he's doing with that game. Before I do that, though, I want to give some shout-outs to some other streamers as well that I'd like to recommend. Spectrum, you never had mint choco coffee either. You almost always add chocolate of some kind to your coffee, though. It is good to add, it definitely complements it. That's one of the things that I like about the mocha flavor cold milk as well. It's probably one of my favorite sort of flavors as well. But if there is going to be a flavor that is actually out of stock, it'll actually be that one. Would like to definitely recommend the following streamers. AC, who's been doing some Left 4 Dead 2. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of the game Thief, as well as the Resident Evil series for a marathon. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers Ghost in New Eden. Shitterlock is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 4 Remake, as well as Mafia 3. Shaky Johnson has been doing a playthrough of Far Cry 6. Shin the Ninja Penguin has been doing a playthrough of Dying Light, and Talion is doing Just Chatting. He's also a fan of a lot of third-person action games like the Horizon Zero Dawn games, as well as Control and Alan Wake. Definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And I've also got a raid message for subscribers as well that I'll put in chat too. I have Spectrum, yeah. I've done one playthrough so far of Village, but I haven't done a replay, and I haven't done the Rose DLC as well as yet. But one of the franchises I'd like to actually try, if I can, to actually do a marathon of is actually Resident Evil. But I don't know if I'll be able to get the timing right. It just depends. I've got so many other games already lined up for months worth. That's all good, Biko, for the stream. No trouble at all. Definitely will be for sure. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week is the Tomb Raider remasters. So it'll probably take me another 2 streams, I think, to get this game done. But yeah, I definitely will be on tomorrow, Biko. Lucinda, that's absolutely no trouble at all for the shout out and for the stream as well. No worries at all. Thank you so much again, everyone, for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. So the current schedule is Wednesday to Friday, the remasters of Tomb Raider 4 to 6. On the weekends, Rise of the Tomb Raider. I'm looking to finish that this weekend, actually. So don't actually know if I'll be doing a Monday or a Tuesday stream next week, because the Monday and Tuesday streams lately have become a bit of a floating stream day if I need extra stream days and stuff. So we'll just see how things go. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Hope you have a good one. And thank you, Spectrum. I definitely will have a good evening and a good sleep later as well. I hope that you have a good day today. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. Hope you all have a good one. Catch you next time.